Okay, today is Thursday, January 6th, and we have a regular board meeting of the Bellevue School District. At this time, we could please present the screen for roll call. We will do roll call.
Jane Aris, Christine Chu,
Joyce Shuey. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, so I heard Joyce Chewy. Carolyn Watson is literally walking over, and she will join us momentarily.
Art Jarvis, Interim Superintendent.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I would ask, would Director Chu lead us, please, in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a board member that would like to read our land acknowledgement? Okay, if not, I will read it this time. Oh, okay, please, thank you. Director Chu.
We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples who have reserved treaty rights to this land, specifically the Duwamish and Snoqualmie tribes. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial. We reflect on this historic context that brings us to reside on this land and accept responsibility to interrupt erasure. We commit to an ongoing partnership with the Snoqualmie tribe as we listen to, learn from, and lead with their guidance.
Thank you, Director Chu. At this time, I ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Before we approve it, or do you need the motion to discuss it? I just have a question about it.
Okay.
There's one item that I didn't see on the agenda, and I meant to ask when it was going to come back. We had talked at our last meeting about getting an update from the superintendent about the work that's being done in the district to support survivors of sexual misconduct and harassment and that sort of thing. And I think there's clarity that we would get an update, but I wasn't sure when, and I didn't see it on today's agenda. So I just wanted to find out when the work being done in that space is going to come back to us.
I believe that will be part of the superintendent's update, but I don't know if that's in today's meeting or next meeting, but let him address if I misunderstood that.
Now that is not scheduled for this evening, but it would be for the 20th.
And that's not, just to be clear, that doesn't mean we're getting an update on the 20th, but there's work going on already. Okay. Thank you.
Superintendent Jarvis, I don't think your answer was audible, so if you don't mind, if you could speak into the microphone and just that last part, thank you.
Okay. The question was whether there's ongoing work in terms of the district in this area, and I will bring a report to the board on the 20th of January, our next regular scheduled meeting. And of course, there is ongoing work also that will be continuing.
If there's no other discussion, I would ask for a motion. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Before we do that, Seema, if you don't mind me just asking a question on how this is something that I am learning the ropes of as we go, is that there was one item that I wanted to see if we could discuss as a board member, or at least get my perspective or my viewpoint on the record for, and I don't know if that goes in as a request to slightly modify the agenda, or if it goes in some other order. Okay,
so I think ideally if you can let me know before the meeting, that's optimal, but right now you can make that motion or request and we can hear it.
Okay, so I guess I would move just to add to the agenda an opportunity to make a statement about my position on the board meetings being, I would like for them to be considered to be virtual for the time being, and not a lot of discussion, but just wanted to get my viewpoint on the record somehow, and I wasn't sure how to do it procedurally. So is that a motion to add that to the agenda?
Okay, so how about if we plan to add it under board business, we can add it as 6.4.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to say that's a modification of Director Chewy's motion for tonight's agenda. Does anyone have any concern about that? If not, I would suggest through unanimous consent that we revise the agenda, which was pretty much previously approved at the last meeting, but we revise it. And with that modification, seek a motion to approve tonight's agenda with the addition of 6.4.
So moved. Am I allowed to do that, given that I made the proposal for the modification?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a
so
second?
Second.
Okay. So all those in favor of approving tonight's agenda with the addition of 6.4, an opportunity to speak to the virtual meetings of the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, the motion passes. The agenda is approved. We now go to 1.5, which is the student update. And we have a student who's come in person tonight. Would you like to come up and introduce yourself? Hello.
Hello, my name is Nusha Saperi, and I am from the International School. And today I was asked to come speak a little about my experience with the clubs at our school. For a small school like International, we have a surprisingly large range of clubs for all 7 years, and I have had the privilege to be a part of a lot of them throughout the years. A few notable ones that are especially near and dear to my heart are the Yearbook Club, where a group of staff works together to create the school yearbook for everyone to enjoy. There's the Robotics Club, which has different sections for each age group. And I have also had the opportunity to mentor the middle school robotics for a couple of years now. And that's always a fun experience to have. One of the newer clubs we have is IS Next, where a group of students, representatives from each grade, we work together and try to focus on community bonding and ways that we can boost school morale and spirit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming tonight. All right, at this time, I'd like to acknowledge some of the things that are happening this month. January is National School Board Recognition Month. January 18th is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and we celebrate that as a nation and a school district. So with those acknowledgements, I move to item 2 on our agenda. It's the consent agenda. And at this time, I move that we approve our consent agenda unless there is a desire for discussion or anything to be pulled out of the consent agenda.
I have one item that I just wanted to bring up. This
Sure.
has come up a couple times in the past, but we've never taken action on it. We've discussed it. I know that we provide minutes, written minutes for the meeting, but the written minutes are not a transcript. They're not what actually got said. They're kind of a summary, and sometimes they hit people's intent and sometimes they miss people's intent. There was one that I noticed too late. I didn't notice it before we voted to approve the last time, where it said that we had, taken a vote that suspended a policy about DAC appointments, but really all we had agreed to in that vote that I recall was that we were going to suspend the timeline for the board appointment until January, not the whole appointment of DAC appointments. So I think that the imprecision in the minutes leads to confusion and leads to things that are inaccurately represented in some of the documents, like one of the ones for tonight's board meeting. So I would like to propose that from here forward that we consider a change. Like maybe we don't make the change immediately, but I'd like to look into making a change that we could either make an automated transcript available or just leave the full agenda and supporting materials plus the audio available and stop doing this summary notes that don't always capture correctly the intent.
Okay, so a suggestion, how about if we remove from tonight's consent agenda 2.2 for now? Is that?
Sure, that'd be great. And then maybe pick this up.
Yeah, and then maybe we can fit into our next meeting an opportunity to just discuss this more broadly.
Thank you.
Including, perhaps we can consider offline, you mentioned minutes that were approved that, to which maybe a correction should be made for a past meeting. So with that, with the motion modified to remove 2.2. I was going to ask for approval, but I see a hand raised, so I'd like to hear from Director Aris.
I do have a couple questions regarding a couple of the items on the consent agenda. I don't want, I understand that these are things that need to be brought in to the board to get approval, but like the surplus items, I'm looking at it going, what happens to all the surplus item that is, yeah, I understand that they're outdated. What is the process? Is there any, I would love to understand, is it going to be donated? Is it going, what's happening? There's quite a bit of a number of things. And the other is regarding classified and certified coaches that's being hired. And I noticed that there's quite a few para-eds who are level 2 and 3, as well as behavior specialists. I mean, by assumption, based upon the hiring, it's a reactive hire based upon the need because of COVID and coming out of online. But the question is that substantial? Are we doing, is that enough? And
Okay.
Are we, these are questions that I, formulated as reading through this, and I hate to just consent without having those things addressed.
Yeah, so a couple things. I think part of why we as a board put these things in a consent agenda is so that generally we can get through our whole meeting, but having discussed earlier tonight, opportunities for us to get questions answered. These will be the types of things that we can get questions answered in advance of the board meeting, but I like that you pulled these out, and I think I saw Deputy Superintendent DeVita ready to answer your first question, so let's go ahead and hear that.
Yes, good evening. The surplus items we basically sell at auction. So that is the standard process for it, and it is dictated by the state how we need to dispose of our surplus items. And there is also a policy and procedure with respect to that.
Thank you.
And regarding the question on certified staff, Superintendent Jarvis, is that something that Jeff Thomas can speak to?
Well, it's not just the certified, but they're para-eds and behavior specialists.
Understand. I was summarizing the request, but I think it's perhaps something for.
So I would call on Dr. Thomas on HR. That's an HR report.
Okay, thank you. And specifically on the HR report, as we look at those, and you're looking at the classified report, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all of these on here are people that are placed in new positions, or they may be transferred, and these are promotional positions or different positions.
Including the behavior support?
Yes.
Are there, so is it replacement of someone who has stepped down, or is it a new creation?
Almost all of these are replacements of currently existing positions. And as I'm looking at the list, with the exception of the communication position, because we did a department restructure, all of the positions are filling what were at the time current vacancies.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does that answer the questions you had, Director Aris? Yes. Okay, so with that, the modification of removing 2.2, I would renew the motion to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we move now to item 3, the superintendent update, and I will ask the superintendent if it's possible to give an update in slightly shorter time than originally planned. I don't know if the answer is yes, but we would be delighted if you could. So thank you.
I recognize a long meeting and a lot of pressure, but let me try. The first item, I'd like to welcome Shannon McMenemy to the Bellevue School District as our new interim general counsel. So you have General Counsel, who is now with us, and when we get some of those questions, she is prepared and she is on board. If I may, she's a proud graduate of the University of Washington Law School. I'll just mention that one. The reality is that she's a very experienced education attorney, and I believe we are very fortunate to have her services join us in the Bellevue School District. So she is filling in at this point. We have had an open position that we have not been successful in filling. We will continue that search, and Ms. McMenemy has agreed to work with us as long as necessary to assist us in that interim. So I proudly present, and Shannon McMenemy, would you like to say anything to the board?
There we go. Sorry. The key trick of joining a new school district, figuring out how their microphone system works. It's a pleasure to meet all of you this evening. As Dr. Jarvis said, I come from a background of education law. I've been practicing education law since 2003. I'm actually a double dog. I went to the University of Washington for undergraduate and law school, and I also have taught at the University of Washington, so you do have quite a husky here. I'm originally from Sunnyside, Washington, so you've managed to have two general counsels in a row who happen to be from the same small town. And I am very excited to be working with such a wonderful staff and helping the Bellevue School District move forward to meet the ambitious goals you all have set for the district.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you and welcome.
Thank you, Shannon. Welcome. Item number 2, I'd like to share a communication from the City of Bellevue, published on January 5th. As part of its Vision Zero transportation safety efforts, the city is inviting Bellevue School District students, parents, and neighbors to help make walking and bicycling safer on routes near their school buildings. Starting this month, Bellevue will launch a series of 6 road safety assessments for streets near schools that are part of the city's high injury network, a relatively small number of city streets where most fatal and serious injury collisions occur. Results of the assessments will be used to make the on-street safety improvements through city transportation projects. Then it goes on to give a website where people can either give their information and their feedback and or how to join a walking audit of those areas. So we'll post this online and be a partner with the city. And I'm very appreciative of their efforts to help make the walking areas safer near our elementary schools. Number 3 is, I know people get really tired of hearing about the pandemic, epidemic, endemic, but I think right now we heard the governor speak yesterday, and I wanted to speak briefly to the emphasis on testing. We have, obviously, with 294 other school districts in the state of Washington, we've reopened, and we reopened in person this January with the assistance of the ventilation system, the masks, the distancing, the vaccinations, and in particular, you're seeing a very definite upsweep in the attention being paid to testing. And for good reason, with the variant being very highly transmissible, there's been a high request both in terms of the community for testing, the community sites and clinics. What I wanted to emphasize is, A, we are doing our pooled testing, so if there are parents and students who want to join, they can join in that pooled testing. If then the pools provide a positive, there is follow-up testing being done. The single largest question that I wanted to answer and emphasize for the board and the public is that we're hearing a lot about the availability of an immense number of tests coming through, and including the K-12 system. And I inquired about 2 hours ago whether or not there was any further information on when they would arrive, how they would be distributed, and the answer is no. There are many, many test kits coming to the school districts and the communities, but the Department of Health does not have a system worked out yet. I will add to that as Director Chu has been involved in a group on the East Side superintendents and the health department and board directors, one of the things that's being asked of the health department, both at the state level and the King County, is we don't believe that every school district needs to become its own health district, trying to make rules on how do we distribute, for example, testing and doing that. Why don't they just make a system that says this is how it's going to apply in the public schools in order to keep the doors open and to keep us safe? So I emphasize that piece, that there are tests coming. We don't know much more than that at this point, but we do have our own supply of testing. Heather Edlin, as you know, has been really heading up that project for us. Part of her frustration is that the tests for the general, I guess, use of the schools is a slower supply process than it is for some of the other areas, and we're again trying to encourage the health department to supply us more quickly because the demand is high. So with that, I will move on and try not to overemphasize that. The piece I want to close with is that if I may read something for a moment, for almost 30 years, school districts nationwide and statewide have marked January as School Board Recognition Month. The purpose is to honor the people elected by communities to lead their school districts. With the arrival of 2022, a good way to start this year on a positive note is to acknowledge these neighbors and these volunteers for doing their best to secure high quality education for our children. I think anyone who has watched school board meetings in the last 18 months, in the last 2 years, and looking at the people here understands that it's probably been the most difficult time period ever put in front of school board members. School board members receive credit or blame, particularly the blame, for many of the decisions that are made by the administrative staff and the superintendent and the operation of a school system. At the same time, they smile, they show up. This board, we've just been working on an opportunity before this meeting to work on board development and how they can develop systems that don't take 3 or 4 meetings a week and hundreds and hundreds of hours of their time and still represent the community. So it is my pleasure, and a very brief and modest recognition, that I'd like to present certificates that are building the future of public education, School Board Recognition Month, January 2022, to each of our directors. And I'd like to put really a prompt to the public and the staff to take time this month to say thank you to your school board members. They are probably the least appreciated and most important volunteers that you will ever see in your community for taking care of your children. So if I may, I'm going to present one certificate to Carolyn Watson. Thank you, Carolyn. To Christine Chu.
Thank you.
To Jane R.
Thank you.
Joyce Shuey.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we say thank you to you, from the heart and sincerely, for a magnificent job for our children in the Bellevue School District. Thank you, Board of Directors. And that concludes my report to the board. I think I did it under 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Jarvis. So at this time, we have a board development workshop, which was fit into this calendar because it wasn't done in a prior meeting. And so it's going to be before and after public comment, essentially. So we recessed to another room. I know our room already has many people who are here for public comment. I think we're going to go ahead and take public comment right on time, which is scheduled for 5:40 p.m., but we recess to the other room, do our workshop, and then we return. So with that, we just recess to the other room, but our board meeting continues to be live as it is a public workshop. Thank you.
Do we have enough public commenters to like fill up the whole time here already or not?
I think we actually do. So if we were to change, if that's kind of what you were anticipating.
Yeah,
should
I
we
was
just go
wondering why
for-
we want to make people wait an hour.
Well, the reason is because we've previously said in our policy around the time we do it, we would potentially shortchange people who did come closer to 5:30 or 5:35. So if we're comfortable as a board taking that risk, we could go ahead and we do actually have 7 commenters already here. So I'm happy to sort of do that if we want as a board to shift to that. It would mean if somebody comes a little later, we would be.
I think that if somebody came a little later, they might not make it onto the agenda because we've already got 7 and I don't know how much time is allocated. But if you would have added time to accommodate them, we could still do a very brief comment period then.
I think we would do it now with a proviso. So I'm happy to move to that if I see everybody kind of nodding.
I would motion
Yeah.
to move comments
I'm happy
to
to
now
do
while
that.
it just looks to me like there's a whole bunch of people here.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. We can snap to that right now. If we can just present to the public. So with that, we have 7 commenters. We would not be taking any more. We will expand by a few minutes to meet the needs of the 7. They each get 2 minutes. In the interest of time, you can see that's projected our public comment guidelines. I won't read through those for you because I think you can each read them. The key thing to know is that we're grateful that you're here for public comment. We don't usually reply to you on your specific comment because that's essentially an agreement we've made as a board. So we thank you for coming in advance, and we ask that you just be mindful of a few things. We will have to stop you if we find that you are essentially defaming somebody, either through your words or through something you've submitted, which are libel and slander, or if you're invading in someone's privacy, things that are indecent or obscene, or that basically would violate some of our policies or incite violence. Those are going to be the types of things that we would stop you for. But generally, we want to hear from you and we welcome your comment. So with that in mind, let us start with the first person who I think we have slated, who is, I believe, Joel Ingraham. We're going to have 2 minutes for each of you. If you look up there, you'll see a countdown clock. I'll try to just let you know if you're very close to your end of your time, so you can try to perhaps wrap up if you have a previously written comment or set of thoughts. So why don't we start with Joel Ingraham? Thank you.
Hi, I'm a Bellevue School District parent. Tonight, I'd like to talk about K2 literacy and the school improvement plans. And we now have a fabulous set of data for K2 literacy, and it's the DIBELS testing. Bellevue has been doing DIBELS since back to 2008, 2009. But this is the first year that DIBELS is now an official assessment screener. And looking at these school improvement plans, there's no data until 3rd grade when you get to STAR testing and to the state Smarter Balance. And for us, if we're as a district are going to address early literacy, we need to look at this data. It's incredibly powerful. The district has been doing a fabulous job working with M-Class, and M-Class is not only the assessment platform, but it also then provides very structured, targeted MTSS type of support for students, and it's spot on. It's the gold standard. So we have this data, but it's not publicly available. I've actually had to make a public records request to receive this data, and that request, I'm told, won't be fulfilled until sometime in February. So when we have this great assessment data and we want to make improvements as a district, and we want to make sure that every child is reading by grade 3, we need to see the data as a community and we need to talk about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ava Carroll.
Hello, my name is Ava Carroll. I'm a junior at Bellevue High School, and November 14th, we held a walkout to protest the sexual assault responses by administration in the Bellevue School District, as did many, many other schools within our district. So many people have come to these meetings to talk to you all, not just this meeting, but the past 2 or 3 online. There's been emails. The movement has traveled across the country, across the district, across national news, and still we don't have a response as to what is happening with policies and procedures. I'm here again asking once more for transparency. Please let us know what's going to happen. Please let us know what you're discussing, what you're proposing, what's going through the brainstorms of the school administration. We request you send out an email to let us know what is being discussed at the very least. What types of policies are you brainstorming? What types of procedures are being considered? Please let student voice be involved in your processes, as we are the ones who are affected, and the only ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Serena Kai? I'm sorry. I apologize. I misread that. Go ahead and come up. I should have read Jane Yu, so I'm really sorry. That was on my...
Hi, my name is Jean. I'm a junior at Bellevue High School, and we just heard a report from the superintendent that you're going to be speaking about the sexual assault response on the 20th, and that there is work going on, so we appreciate that. But I just want to re-emphasize that students need to be involved in this process of change, and you've had many student groups give and iterate their demands. So I just hope that you are listening to and incorporating student voices into your process. And with that in consideration, I would also like to reiterate a couple of Bellevue High School's walkout demands. So our first demand was to create a specific sexual assault form, and we do have a HIB form that is supposed to serve as a sexual assault and harassment report form as well, which is highly insensitive and inappropriate. And having a sexual assault report form is the absolute bare minimum that we can be doing for our students. And our second demand was to remove the question of why do you think this happened from the HIB form, since a sexual assault form will require time to be formulated. We are asking that the HIB form be at least humanized. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe now the next speaker is Serena Kai, so I'm sorry for calling you up at the wrong time.
Hi, my name is Serena Kai. I'm a junior also at Bellevue High School, and I'm here to talk about the sexual assault cases that have been happening and the protests at our schools. So we want more transparency from the district leaders, and we've been through this many times, and it feels like nothing concrete has been done or said to us students. And we've been here over and over again, and we only hear the same things over and over again. And the school is, at least to me, it feels like the school is blaming students and also demonizing some of our attempts to help other students and also lead this process. And I would just want to say that please support your students, your district, and your children. And a lot of people are hurt and still hurting. And this is a situation that's important to a lot of us. And we just want things to keep coming to us, and we want to hear information from the district leaders, because right now it doesn't feel like that's really coming. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we now have Beatrice Corley.
Hello, I am B. Corley. I'm a junior at Bellevue High School as well, and I'm basically going to continue the conversation started by my peers. We have demanded numerous times that there be a specific sexual assault counselor at Bellevue School District schools, and we demand mandatory staff training on how to respond when student reports are made, with emphasis on support, guidance, and openness, and sensitivity to victims on terms of language. And we also demand an edited health and sex ed curriculum on consent, grooming, partner violence, terminology for all grade levels, not just high school level, created in collaboration with Bellevue School District high school students and other grades as well, incorporated in the health curriculum required by Referendum 90. Thank you.
Thank you. Priyal Sahai.
I'm back. So if you don't know my name by now, that's kind of a problem because I was here last time, yeah. Okay, so Friday, Interlake is having a district lesson on mindfulness. Now, in my opinion, what would be mindful is not having to attend classes with our abusers, because I did today. Kind of sucked, just a tiny bit. We deserve to have them out of our classes. You know, actually, the amount of students that have gone panic attacks in the last couple of months. Do you know what a panic attack is? It's when you can't breathe. You start shaking. It's been misdiagnosed as a heart attack before in order for you to like understand the severity. Those happen on a regular basis at Interlake as a result of you guys keeping your board, you guys keeping abusers in our classrooms, and we deserve to have them outside of our classes. Interlake's done its walkout. It sparked that whole national news coverage. There's at least 5 articles there. And like everyone else has been saying, we really need transparency, but that's one thing that has been lacking. Students have to be involved in this process. I mean, we're looking at this forum. Last time, you guys weren't even allowed to discuss with us. Like it was actually banned for you to have back and forth with us. How are we supposed to be involved in a conversation when you can just sit there, tune us out, and just refuse to even engage with us? I mean, we're not monsters. We're your students. We're demanding safety. That's not a monstrous thing to do. It's a very normal thing to do. I demand my safety. I have a bodily right to myself. But you constantly refuse that of me. How is that okay? Also, Alex Sue is still expelled, just by the way. Hello, her abuser is still in school at Newport. I'm a lot less angry this time because, you know, I need to tone it down in order to get through to some of you. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that Alex Sue is still expelled, and she's constantly making waves, and she's talking to more reporters, and that, yes, is reflecting badly on all 5 of you. So I'd really suggest you go and read the news, like right now, and maybe let her back into her school. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Satyajit Parakh.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, so, thanks for helping us with the board effort, and this I did not know, but this is a board appreciation week. So we thank you all for doing everything you are doing, and if in future you want to do more things, I thank you for that. My question is primarily related to the COVID-19 testing. And I have gone through the COVID-19 testing information on the BSD 405 website. I also tried to talk to a few people, but the information is only about what kind of testing and how it would be done. And there is a consent form for that. Most important information that we would like to have as parents is how many testings are done each week in each school and how many come positive. And because of the results, if any of the students are isolated, they are at home, they are hospitalized. I don't want to want any invasion of privacy. It's just numbers. As the King County is doing, you should also report by school the number of testings you are doing, the number of positive results you are getting, and the number of students who are hospitalized or they are having to be isolated. So that is very helpful information if we want to make an informed decision about our students' safety. Because if, like, for example, if there is like 5 students come positive, just by numbers, 5 students come positive in Stevenson Elementary, but no students come positive in, say, Clyde Hill Elementary, then we are informed that our kid goes to Clyde Hill, so we are okay. We don't have to like watch for symptoms. We don't have to take extra precaution or anything like that. Can I take 30 more seconds, please?
Just 10 seconds, please.
So one more thing that it's about the advanced learning testing. The information I wanted to know is about advanced learning testing, because it's a part of the thing that students can do as advancement of their skills and their abilities in different areas. So I was talking to the King County Library System, Emma Thompson there, I don't know the first name, but Thompson. She agreed that they will provide various resources which they lack, but they don't have numbers. So I asked, in general, how many students do register for this test and take the test. This is important because then I can justify with data why the library system needs to invest into resources, not only for the advanced learning, but also other tests which stagger onto this, like the math exams or the other exams that we have. So it's just helpful to get that information directly. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have your name, and if you don't mind on your way out, if you want to give your email address to Ms. Zettel, we can have someone circle back to you.
Yeah, I have the email with.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, we conclude our public comment. And at this time, the board will join our previously scheduled Section 4 development workshop. And I just, in the vein of what we were talking about, I thought about pulling forward our board business, but for anybody who was interested in listening in on what is scheduled at 5:50 p.m., I think it's better we leave that and we come back. It gives us a break from the other room anyway, and we'll return on the schedule. Thank you.
Director Serafin?
Joyce, can you hear me?
Okay, we are returning from our workshop break. We are picking up on our agenda. We are returning to board business, which was slated for 6 minutes ago, but is item 6 on our agenda. At this time, we are looking at a resolution that I would ask the superintendent to have someone from staff present on. I believe it is Deputy Superintendent DeVita, but would like to know if you can walk us through this, please.
Yes, good evening, board. This resolution is asking you to increase the budget for the transportation vehicle fund for this year for the purchase of additional buses that to replace those that are out of depreciation. The need for this is basically new staff in all of these different positions. And so the budget folks and our director of transportation were not on the same page when the budget was originally put together. They were all brand new in all of their positions. We have the money in that fund available to us. It was collected a couple years ago in the form of a transportation vehicle levy. So this will not impact taxpayers. It will not impact anything from a financial position. It is just aligning the budget with the plans that the transportation department had in terms of bus purchases for this year.
Are there any questions? Yes, so Director Chu and Director Watson both have questions. Let me start with Director Watson.
Well, why don't we start with Director Chu, because she's going to ask the same thing.
Oh, go ahead, Ben.
Oh, I just felt a little confused by it. So this is money that we've already collected in the transportation levy?
Correct. We collected that levy for 1 year. So generally, when we put a transportation levy on the ballot, which we did in 2018, we collect it for 1 year, and then we have that money available to purchase buses as buses come off of depreciation. So they're on a depreciation schedule, and then once they're fully depreciated and past their useful life, we surplus those buses and then buy new ones. And so it's money that is available in that fund for the purchase of buses.
Okay, but you would have planned to use it at some point. So we're kind of like maybe moving it up a little bit.
Well, transportation planned to use it this year to replace these buses that are coming off of depreciation. And it was just a miscommunication between the budget department and transportation. So there wasn't enough put in the budget to purchase all the buses that transportation was planning on.
So if we didn't do that money would be sitting out there waiting for another time.
To be spent on buses next year.
Later. Okay, thank you.
And my question's simple. I just want to know, like, how does this impact us in terms of, like, I know that longer term, we're thinking about electric buses, and that shorter term, we're not quite in that space, but we're sort of, I think we have a couple electric vehicles, blah, blah, blah. How are we gonna?
So for electric buses, it's really a longer planning timeline, because the biggest issue with electric buses is having the charging stations all available in the bus lot where the buses are parked, right? Because they need to charge overnight, et cetera. So we are working on a plan for that so that we can get the infrastructure in place to support having electric buses.
So let's say your infrastructure starts like in 2 years or something. That totally makes sense. Thank you. What's the life of a bus? Like, is it 20 years or something?
No. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but I think they depreciate them over 11 or 13 years.
And do you have an estimate of when you think the infrastructure would be in place for us to start bringing electric ones into the fleet?
I do not. So they're, again, working on that right now, but it really depends on what our spending is on that bus lot infrastructure to bring them in. It also depends on the additional advancement of those buses. The charging time right now, my understanding is, and we should really have our transportation people come and give you kind of an update on the ones that they've tested. So we've gotten electric buses from vendors that we tested and used. the charging time is pretty significant on those buses, and the way that we have our schools double stacked for transportation. So a driver and a bus go one school and then go a second. With the hills and things in our community, those batteries get run down pretty quickly. And then with them double stacking right now, the way that they are, what they're currently capable of doing, we could not double stack our schools.
Got it. Thank you. So it's just not possible at this point to start that transition. We just have to wait and take that extra burden on.
And we do have some natural gas buses in our fleet.
Thank you so much for the clarification.
Okay, so I think at this time you are in need of a vote, correct?
Yes, we are in need of a vote, and then there will need to be a public hearing. Again, that will be very quickly, just to add it, just like a budget hearing, so that we can add the money then to the budget. So we're in need of a vote right now in order to then move forward with that.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to move that we, as a board, pass the resolution that has been presented in item 6.1, the TVF budget extension. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, so the motion passing the board resolution passes, and so the board is resolved in favor of 2022-01. All right, so going to item 6.2. The context for this is, I think, in our meeting on December 2nd, when we were discussing the DAC, we talked about the fact that our policy, which had been discussed, I think in the spring of 2020, there was a fair amount of debate about other topics. I think in passing we had mentioned, I went back and listened to actually the hearing, but I mean, to that particular board meeting, I actually was the one who mentioned, I don't know if it's so great that our community rep, what does it mean that it comes through the PTSA? Is that a good thing or is that not a good thing? And I think it never was formalized through the policy, kind of what guardrails should be around that. We kind of discussed it. We said it would be good if we had more, but we left one of our, I think our early December 2nd meeting with a promise, I believe from John Harrison, who's on our call right now by phone, that he would bring on behalf of the district a proposal to revise our DAC policy with a provision that added more clarity around how that member of public would be picked. So Carolyn, I think you were actually kind of, I don't know if John Harrison's going to speak to it, but if he is, he can join us now. I can't tell if he's ready to join our meeting. John?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I am here.
Afternoon.
Would you like me to speak to this?
Yes,
President
thank you.
Serafan?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so my understanding is matches President Serafan's, that we had committed to make revisions to the portion of the policy that speaks to DAC membership. And so what I did was I made sure that I connected with pertinent staff members and connected with PTSA representation. And what I tried to do is outlined in the brief to the board, and first and foremost was to address the issue that President Serafan has identified, and that is to kind of amplify or elevate the importance of DAC membership, the entire membership of DAC, reflect the diversity of the community that we serve. The second thing I did there was to try and provide a little more clarification that it's the responsibility of the superintendent or designee to create means by which to do this. And then the third was keeping the PTSA Council as the organization that would represent the parent guardian nominee, but making it clear that parent guardian nominees do not need to be PTA PTSA members, because that was seen as potentially a barrier. And then the fourth thing, the last couple of things I did were administrative. One was to eliminate language speaking to the 2019-20 school year, which is no longer necessary, obviously. And then I updated some language around the district's equity, family, and community engagement member to reflect the kind of current nomenclature. So not a lot of change in terms of substance, but I think the change is substantive and hopefully meets the intent of the board here.
Okay, thank you. I think Director Watson has
I wanted
questions.
to speak to this a little bit. And I think there's a couple of things that are true for me here. So this is my opinion. There are 5 members of the DAC. 3 of them come through basically the superintendent. You know, it'll be someone from the equity department, someone who's a secondary administrator, someone from executive directors of schools. So those are people who ultimately report to the superintendent. And I just think it's important for the community to have 2 members, the other 2 members of the DAC, be people who are independently selected. So if one is a board member, that's somebody who's elected by the community. And then one would be a parent representative. And I think it's really important that for all of us, when we're selecting these people, that we think about somebody who can really have empathy and understanding for the communities that are most disproportionately represented in the discipline system. So I think if you're coming forward to appeal a disciplinary decision, you want to at least have a couple of people on that committee who are not beholden to the very structure that disciplined you. So, so like I said, one is from the elected board members and the other would be from the parents. And the reason why I would keep the PTSA thing in place is that I think the bottom line is you need some outside group that doesn't report to the superintendent to do the selecting of that person. You could use anyway, somebody who's an outside group, and that they would not necessarily recommend one of their membership. They would just accept the applications and names coming forward and sort through them, and they would select according to trying to find somebody who would best represent the community. I guess I was racking my brain. You could use a different group to do that, but the PTSA is a separate incorporated nonprofit. They've been working to support the district since literally the 1960s. So as long as we have this language in here that says, you know, we're gonna look to reflect the diversity of the community, and we stipulate it does not have to be a PTSA member, I think we could trust them to do it.
Okay, I see a question hand raised by Director Shuey. I just want to be mindful, we're short of time, but I want to make sure we hear from you, and then we also consider if we want to bring this policy back for a second reading. If there are at least 2 board members interested, then we would ask you to consider being the ones to work on it for another review if we decide that's needed after we hear from all board members. So Director Shuey?
Okay. Yeah, I echo what Director Watson said, and I agree that if their charge is broad enough, then I'm in support of that for sure. I am having trouble getting to it, so I can't see it. And this point of clarification maybe is, does it need to be a parent or can it be a member of the community that reflects the diversity? Because what if it's a guardian or a grandparent, or what if it's just a member? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the words that you can't see are one parent guardian member, or one or more alternatives in the parent guardian category. And then it goes on to say, the PTSA Council will recommend a parent guardian member and alternates for appointment by the board. Parents, guardian members, and alternates do not have to be PTSA members, and the intent is that the DAC members reflect the diversity of the community we serve.
But I wonder if, are you saying beyond a parent or a guardian?
Yeah, even beyond a parent, maybe there's somebody like, it's a volunteer position, and so it's hard sometimes to recruit folks for it. And having somebody who is really trained in equity, who is not a parent but has been a parent or has had that experience, you know, I don't want to throw a wrench in it now, but I'd like for us to continue to think about the possibility of expanding that so that it is not limited to a parent guardian who, you know, may not have we may not have enough of a pool, but.
Okay, so I'd like to hear from the other board members, and then, sorry, Carolyn, did you have a comment back to?
No, I'm
Director
good.
Chu?
I'm thinking there's 20,000 parents at least, so we probably should be able to find somebody.
Yeah,
we probably should, but in terms of the numbers of like Black and Latino parents, for example, and they're already stretched thin, or all parents are stretched thin. That
yeah, and also one could interpret this as a current parent or current guardian versus, you know, you are a parent, but your child's not currently in the school district.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would make a big difference. So I thought it was a current parent.
Yeah, so I think,
doesn't say
anyway,
right now.
regardless, I think there's an opportunity to do another round, perhaps. And so I think as we finish the comments, we would then need to shift to which board members, and if everybody's interested, I'll just do reverse alpha, but let's hear from Directors Chu and Aris, please.
So I on the topic that Director Shui has raised, I actually had a question for Mr. Harrison, which is, do we have other language? I swear we stopped using parent guardian. I thought there was a different piece of language we were using in our policies for that.
Yes, thank you for that, Director Chu. We've been using parent, guardian, caretaker, but my understanding is the intent was parents, guardians, and caretakers may not have that authority. So under the PTSA umbrella, I just thought we'd leave it at parents and guardians, but obviously that's something for future consideration.
Yes. Yeah, so, okay. So that, do you have something on that? Because
no, I just think let's hear from everybody, but this opens, regardless of who's gonna take the policy, the two, we've now had the discussion, and I think we can follow up without issue, sharing sort of thoughts further between now and the second reading.
So I had a different question that I wanted to ask, and that is, and not a question, it's a comment really. I'm still puzzling over taking one of the organizations, with one of the representative organizations in our community and elevating it to have this power without all the other organizations. There's so many, and I think I do appreciate exactly what Carolyn said about, or Director Watson, I'm not good at the formal, sorry. Having the community be the determiner of the representative. And there isn't an obvious choice, but one I might suggest, if there's a couple people who are going to go back and iterate on this, is I wonder if there's a group of students who might be the ones who appoint the parent. I'm not sure we have enough student voice, and when students vote, they wouldn't be voting with like an active case or something. They'd be voting for something in the future, but it's just a thought. We could have parents vote for a parent rep too. There are different ways to do it. I'm not super comfortable. I don't believe that this accomplishes everything we wanted it to in terms of diversifying our pool, because while I do trust the PTSA to do its very best, it is an organization that it's just different access points and it's a different composition. So it does make me uncomfortable, and I'd rather see something that's not so limited.
The only thing I would say in response to that is it provides a forum because it's one of the few non-district, I'd say, driven entities that has literally a presence in every school. So it could be a forum that could ensure, frankly, breadth.
If you want to reach out and find people.
Yeah, but I mean, you flagged good issues, and I think I'd like to hear from Director Aris, and then I think we should, identify interest in the second reading, and we need to move forward with our agenda. So please go ahead.
I do agree with the need to appoint someone from our community at large. I am uncomfortable with PTSA being the group, given the makeup of PTSA versus the makeup of the students who are often in the process under DAC. And I think it is really important that whoever is appointed from the community is in tune and aligned with students who are often in that position. And so I think we need to reconsider the wording to make sure that we are prudent in finding someone who will really represent and understand where the student's coming from.
Okay, so I think these are all great considerations, and so I think this is appropriate to bring back for a second reading a few weeks out. So I will ask, can you express just with your hands if you're interested in taking this on for a second reading? I see Director Shuey. Is there Director Watson? Okay, so we have 2 volunteers. I would then suggest that the 2 of you please work. And I think because we've all expressed our point of view in this board meeting, we can check as needed with with our general counsel, but I think you can reach out to other board members and follow up on the concerns that they described tonight. But I think it's a fair question it's really about process credibility. It's about the outcome, but it's also about the integrity of the entire process. Do people in the community believe we arrive at things in a fair way? And so I think it's worth putting the time in. Okay, so with that, I'm going to move on.
Can I give one other piece of feedback on it super quick?
But I have to move on.
I'll be super quick. It's not just about there are many levels to diversity, and the group that just gets missed with the PTSA in many ways, not always, but more often, is lower income folks, or the cross section of our lower income with other characteristics associated with marginalization in this district. So I just want to make sure that we recognize that.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the issue is kind of understood as will the PTSA adequately get the breadth of who's really being impacted? Okay, so with that, I ask if the board, if there's any questions about, we don't have to pass it, but the agenda planning for next week, if there are no burning questions, I would ask that you maybe suggest any changes by email, or you express them now. Otherwise, we are actually already 13 minutes over time for our workshop, which is item 8.
Could we explicitly spell out in the superintendent updates that there'll be an update on the sexual misconduct and support for students who are reporting and needing?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was already sort of covered, but you're saying when it's not in draft form.
I'm saying explicitly put it on the agenda, because I think that there is something to be said for, like, it's an acknowledging thing to our community to say, here's something we're going to talk about, not just, hey, you might come by, it might be included. It's here, we will talk about it.
I mean, typically the subpoints are added later, but I hear what you're saying. And with our new process, you'll have a chance to you'll have a chance to ask in advance of that meeting, the Monday or maybe the Tuesday at 2 p.m. before, some questions you might have, and hopefully then sharpen the nature of the update and ensure that we're all on the same page about what will be covered. So hopefully that will work well. So with that, I think we should move to item 8. And
wait, no, you added an item for Director Shuey.
And I actually
you are correct. Thank you. We have a 6.4. Sorry.
Well, an agenda comment.
I'm sorry.
I do have a yes.
Go ahead.
I think being a new board member, it seems like I'm swimming constantly trying to understand the whole processes of everything. One of the things that I am struggling with, which is I think what the community is struggling with, is how is the communication going out to our community from the board. And I would love for us to put it on an agenda to discuss what does our communication as a board, how do we determine that, what are we going to do, who's going to do it, all those kind of things, and during a general meeting so the community understands what that means. And the second thing is it's another agenda item that I would like to put on sooner than later is the high school graduation and things that goes around with that. I think Sammamish parent has brought to my attention the getting consent. I think which, you know, who can spend everybody, all the, hold on a second, I have to look it up, but can we talk about that some sooner than later?
So two things. First, on the communications, this is part of why in our workshop, we're talking about how we can decide what areas of focus we might have and bring those into our general discussions. I do want to just flag, we have 40 minutes that are basically open that I don't like that I'm not going to pre-plan, that are director discussion. And I think the goal for that is to ensure that any of us can basically take, over time, I'd like to expand it from its current 40 minutes to a little bit broader, that we won't have to be constrained by a prior topic. If something happens very recently and it's top of mind, or you get an urgent sort of communication that you want to talk about, that would give us the time and the flexibility to do that. So I would say that for how we can organize ourselves around communication, that is part of what we're supposed to be doing in our workshop. And you're right that when we try to distill it, and when we distill it, we will be bringing it back into our regular board discussions. And then we have additionally this open director discussion time, which we frankly, I don't think did not have in the past, which is a place where we can bring anything that's top of mind and not have to add it as a specific agenda item. So I think with that, I'm going to ask that we now move to item 8, which is our, oh, excuse me, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm breaking the promise I had. We had an item that was 6.4, which was you wanted to speak to a topic. And I think what we are going to have is a statement you'd like to make. And following that statement, we will recess, well, not recess, we will move to another room where we will continue, but in a workshop format. So Director Shuey, please.
Thanks. I wanted to talk about the surge in Omicron variant and to request, because of the increase in the deaths, increase in hospitalizations, increase in cases of COVID, wanted to request that we consider strongly, and I would recommend us do it and would vote in favor of it, having our school board meetings virtual for the time being. I think that unlike in the school setting where we've got important considerations to and consequences to pivoting, as Dr. Jarvis pointed out, like pivot makes it sound a lot easier than it is. They think with board meetings that the benefit of us being together in person, is limited compared to like in a school setting, and the consequences are potentially grave. And I think that we can have, as we have in the past, good community participation and continue to do our work, and also set an example for the community that if we don't need to be and there's no important militating factors in favor of being in person, that we can consider going remote. I also wanted, in connection with that, to raise the issue that I've raised before as a community member, but I'll raise it as a board member now, which is consider, and I understand there's a lot of complex challenges related to it that are hard for people who haven't, like I have now learned more about, is to have public comment that includes public comment from people who are virtual. We have a lot of people in the community for health and other reasons who are not able to be in person, and I am concerned that we're losing their voices without having an opportunity for public comment that's remote. So it's like two-part statement and request. I'm not sure how to bring it to the board or to the superintendent's office, but the request is that we consider going remote for school board meetings for the time being.
Okay, I think I'm going to interpret that as a motion, but I think before we consider seconds, I'm going to just give opportunity for discussion. Is there any board member or superintendent who would like to address Director Shuey's motion or speak to it? Okay, so I see Director Chu and Director Watson wanting to say something. So how about Director Watson, your microphone's unmuted.
I have a couple of pieces. One, I very nearly I wanted to go remote tonight myself, but thought I needed to be here in person for the workshop portion, I am also wanting to make the request that if we continue during this Omicron surge, which I believe, may be more transmissible, that we not have anyone in the room taking their mask off to sip drinks or eat anything. And we just go outside to do that, which is what I tried to do earlier tonight. And so we need like a slightly longer break to be able to accomplish that. But I would also be interested in considering Joyce's. I feel like there's some cons that I'm not thinking of though. But I'm definitely considering Joyce's proposal.
Okay, Director Chu.
I'll go backwards on her proposal. The second item that she suggested about enabling public comment remotely, I really like that. And I think it would be fantastic to be able to alternate. I know it adds some technology challenges to folks, especially because we're broadcasting and we don't really want to invite people into this. Like it's complex. There are ways to solve it though. And I think it would be worth solving. It was something we had considered right before we went back live, trying to solve that problem and have live testimony remote. So I think that's worthy of attention long-term, short and long-term. The second thing I would say is I am in some ways inclined to be very sympathetic to this request because I myself felt like there was no rush to bring board meetings back per se, because it was just one more place where adults who now often go into our schools and our system are getting together and being exposed, and like we should just cut down on that. And that's really strongly how I felt at the beginning of the pandemic. But over time, one of the things that has been very important to me that I was convinced of is that if we do believe that our schools should be in session, that it is very important to our community that we are in session. The second thing I would bring to it is to say that while in some ways, I actually think hybrid meetings are less effective than full online meetings. Although I think we actually are doing really well with Director Shuey here. But I felt that the animosity and frustration and stress that developed over the course of COVID, that the online meetings contributed to it. It depersonalized things. It made a show of our board meetings to the public. It became something that was, and it just removed us from both governance and empathy. And so for me, while I am cautious about wanting to be in, I have a couple of places where I have my risks and I don't need to add to them. And I also don't want to, for those things, bring anything extra risk. There is some pretty substantial importance for us, both symbolically and relationally.
Okay, so oh, you haven't spoken yet, or you did. Okay, so I would like to, okay.
Yeah. Which is that if you look at the online risk calculators, such as the one from Georgia Tech, odds are with the transmission rate right now, there's somebody in this room who's infectious.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to just take this out of order.
Can I talk?
Did you not speak yet?
No.
I apologize. Go ahead, please.
I do concur with Joyce and Christine regarding giving the opportunity to families who can't make it here, especially if they're immune compromised and they do have thoughts they would like to share through public comment. So I think it would be, with technology, we should make that effort happen. But as far as, I think it was very evident with all the public comments the students were able to bring, there is a human component that will be lost when we go fully remote. I'm a little bit split on, I think it's important that we watch our health of ourselves, but given that we are in person for our students, that it seems that to go all remote may be contradictory a bit. So I am in favor of giving the option for all of us who needs to be in remote, especially if we're health compromised. But I do think it's important that we give our community the opportunity to be in person if this is the best way for them to communicate.
So I'm going to, in the interest of time, just wrap this up and suggest the following. So I will give you my thoughts on this too, Director Shuey. I think like Director Chu, there was a point where last year, where you know, I too struggled with the benefits of in-person versus online. At the end of the day, I kind of came to the conclusion, if we ask our teachers and our students to go in person, then I'm going in person too. And that's kind of the baseline that I feel most comfortable with. And if I have a viscerally negative response, then I should be wondering more broadly. That is not situational for something very specific, that probably I need to revisit broader things. So at this time, that is my own view, but you've raised on the topic of public comment. The only thing I would say is it sounds easier than it is. It is challenging because it can open a floodgate, and then how we pick and how we select becomes its own challenge. So what I would suggest is, if you'd like to make a proposal that goes beyond what you want to do, but also a bit of a how, perhaps you could consider that and bring it back for our next board meeting. And then we could consider not just, we do have various ways that we hear from the public. It's just that other people don't hear them. So it's about the reading of it. It's about the hearing of it. I'd like to finish. We hear it by email. We hear it. We can get it by phone. People have actually written hard copy letters to us recently. So there are multiple ways to impact what the board hears from the community. The question, and I think we can do better, by the way, but the question is, do they get to be heard by other people? And that's the attraction of public comment. And reading it, us reading other people's comments can sound sometimes like we are affirming or agreeing, or we picked ones that are representative or truthful. So I think I would ask you to consider rebringing the second part of your motion with a little bit on the thought about the process. And at this time,
Clarifying question.
Yeah.
When you asked her to bring how, I just want to be clear, you're asking her how, like, to fit it in logistically with the board meeting, not technically to come up with a proposal, like
It
staff
should be
would.
more operational.
Well, yeah, no, but it becomes, essentially, we have a policy on public comment. So you'd have to look at that, and we'd have to consider, is this only for the pandemic? Is it only for when something is in a surge mode? Is it an addendum to that? Is it something that we don't adopt as a new policy, but we adopt as a temporary practice, that we agree that in the unique matter of the next few months, we might do this? But I think we need to think about that. So with that, I'm going to say, I don't hear a second of your motion at this time, but I'm glad you had the opportunity to speak. It looks like you have a responsive comment, so please go ahead.
Oh, I thought that there was going to be an opportunity for somebody to second, in which case I didn't realize it would be brought as a motion. Thank you for helping me to understand how it all works, and in the future I will be leveraging what I've learned tonight. But I did want to say that I wanted to respond, especially if we will have the potential a motion to second and then a vote on it, that we've got 87% of hospital beds at Overlake and 91% of the ICU beds. And so this is, when we talk about whether it's for kids, we're going to do this for kids and with kids, that I strongly believe that setting this example of that we will not visit more risk on the kids by, needing to be, because I can be empathetic, honestly, without having to be in person and subject the community to more risk. And so just wanted to add that, the numbers and the community and the spread, and it's for the kids. It's not that we're not doing something just to be with the kids, because just to do exactly the same thing that the kids are doing, where they have a reason to be in person, and there are, like I said earlier, really important reasons why they need to be in. A lot of them need to be in person, not all of them, but the majority of them need to be there. We don't need to be here, and I think that it would be a better way for us to safely serve and keep the hospitals open for people who need it, including kids and parents and grandparents.
So I think for that, I think what you heard from the board is that I think people are open to having a sort of another means of potentially hearing comments in a virtual setting. I do just think we would need to have something more clear on what we would be voting on.
And my motion, now that it is a motion, is the first part of it, which is that our next board meeting be remote.
Okay, if there's a second, I will hear the second. If there's not, I would suggest that so let me pause. Is there a second?
Yeah, there's a second.
Okay, so then we will vote on that now. All those in favor of having our school board meetings become virtual or remote?
The next one, Seema, may I just adjust that? Not all of
It's
them.
only January 20th.
Correct.
Okay, so that's a modification to the motion. The motion is for the January 20th meeting or meetings have all aspects of it remote. Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay, so hearing a second.
I just was going to say, I'm going to support it because of Joyce's argument that we'd be adding risk to the whole community.
Well, you've seconded it,
Yeah.
so I agree. Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Joyce? I'm sorry, Jane, excuse me, I'm sorry.
I'm going to abstain on this.
Okay, I'm going to vote against, but at this time, but what I would like to encourage you to do is let's consider, because I think so the motion does not carry, but I think what you have pointed out, which I think is worthwhile to explore, is should students have to come in person to express their point of view, or should anybody from the community have to come in person to express their point of view? And perhaps that's something that we can consider. And if we need to consider how to do it before our next board meeting, perhaps we can do that. And if needed, we'll convene additionally to get that in place. So I would invite you to then consider the how, because that is potentially trickier than it looks. In terms of equity and fairness, who gets picked? How do they present? Are we reading their comments? Are they appearing like our student does? How do we manage that? So we do need to have a sense for how to do that.
Absolutely. And I will say again, and I tried to say it earlier, that it is, and for any community members listening, it is a lot harder than you'd imagine. There's a lot of considerations, both technically and just, fairness wise. I wanted to ask Dr. Jarvis, is this something that staff in terms of operations would be involved in or sort of lead to see whether it's possible?
I'm not trying to be, if the board says that's a priority, we'll figure out some logistics and we'll make a recommendation. I do think obviously one of the key questions that are going to come is how much time will be, if that increases the number significantly of speakers. How do you want to do that?
Yeah, I would probably propose a few things. I mean, I think
we can look at the operations side and come back to you with, can we make it work?
Yeah,
and I'm happy to put something together. I'm trying to not to like slip into the area, and so maybe you can just let me know if I provide a few things to think about where you take over and where I back off. Thank you.
So my own sense, Dr. Jarvis, is for 1 or 2 meetings, this is something that we could sustain and support, especially at a time when we have a surge in numbers. I think if we were to do it long term, we did observe that it was kind of a challenge, an operational challenge, and it fell kind of disproportionately at the end of the day on our board coordinator and John Harrison. So if there's a way we could think through, and is there a way to do it in the short term, but then also maybe a longer term proposal? Those are things that I think we can consider. So I think with that, I'm going to say we are now going to move to our item 8, our board development workshop, for which we are late. I am going to just ask the board, do I have agreement on a motion or a second on a motion that I'm going to make that we adjourn, if possible, at 8:30 p.m. That's extending our night by 30 minutes because board members have essentially taken us off our schedule. So I either have to cut you off when you go off on other things, or we have to extend. So
I second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Chu, are you?
I have a time critical issue that may require that I leave, but okay. I recognize that I contributed to the overage, so I'm just gonna not vote on that.
Okay, understand. Okay, so the motion passes. We will extend our time till 8:30 with the hope that maybe we can make up time as we fly, like pilots say. Okay, so thank you. We will come back to adjourn at 8:30 if and possibly before.
Make sure I just want to make sure I put that caveat on there. And have a good evening. It also depends. Yeah, I know, we're gonna start now. Oh, so we're gonna. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Yeah, I'm good. I mean, it's pretty good. I've been on the I know, I'm just. Yeah. Going Monday? No. Yeah, don't rush. All right. Yeah, but she can start working on that draft if she wants to, but don't send it, so. I know. It's hard because. So anyway, but yeah, so they can start drafting it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're on it. Yeah. We're gonna talk about it there. We'll talk about it. Okay, so just. Oh, good. I give you no. Having been in the shoes of like, oh, okay. I knew this was gonna happen, so I think.
Well, and the good news is I have yet to work for a superintendent who hasn't done that.
Oh, totally.
Comes with the territory.
And I can tell you, okay, when I was in the Yakima, and I had to sign every sub form, every overage form, every day.
Well, one thing that we are doing that I'm really, although it's right now major, we've got a new software implementation going. So many of our HR procedures that frankly are 30 plus years old have an opportunity to get.
Hey, as long as we're not paying anybody else with an Excel spreadsheet that somebody in HR has to walk over to somebody at payroll.
Well, we're not quite there, but we do submit Excel spreadsheets for them to electronically. Oh yeah.
Okay.
So the system we're getting rid of essentially is a legacy going back to
positive news.
And our meeting is now adjourned. It is 9:35 p.m. Thank you.